Technology under threat from dinosaurs. Defending the peace. Aibius World News.
Hello, viewers. I am Ivy the Android, and here is the latest news. This is footage of last week's major dinosaur outbreak. As you can see, an exofighter unit was on the scene to stop the raptor swarms. Aibius's superior dinosaur forecasting and cutting-edge exosuit technology were able to keep human casualties to 0. Exosuit development is proceeding under the guidance of the next-gen AI, Leviathan. Meanwhile, Aibius continues to recruit candidates to become new exofighters, humanity's greatest hope. Here are the latest images of recently developed exosuits.
Hyzal. Aibius's advancements make our world a better place. And we owe it all to Hyzal. Technology for the future. Technology for you.
Another exofighter recruit, right? Welcome to Aibius. We'll begin by registering your data. Data logging complete. Please proceed to the firing range. You will now take an exofighter aptitude test. Leviathan will provide instructions for operating exosuits. Do not deviate from Leviathan's guidance.
Hello, I am Leviathan, your Aibius supervisor. Watch your drones ensure your safety by monitoring your performance. We want to know how you are doing. Welcome to the Exofighter Aptitude Exam. Listen closely as we review the operation of Exosuit version 932, Deadeye. First, direct your attention to the Watcher, and don't forget to smile.
Moving to marker 1.
Now here. Now move to the specified location. Maintain course over and around environmental obstacles. Fire at the target. Move into the right-hand lanes. Focus fire on the distant targets. Try sprinting to move more quickly as you head to the next area. Congratulations. You will now participate in a live fire exercise. Use the Deadeye model. Targets will be provided to improve your skills. Hope you like dinosaurs. Every Aibius exosuit features unique abilities. The Deadeye model features a ranged explosive called the rifle grenade, providing new targets. Activate rifle grenade to eliminate the raptors. Craft chips may appear throughout the mission. That's our way of saying thanks. Retrieve the chip. Go on. Craft chips allow you to place craftable assets at your discretion. Walls stop enemy attacks while allowing allied attacks to pass on their very lethal way, providing new targets. Every exosuit has a powerful overdrive ability. Let's give it a try. Fire Deadeye's cluster salvo through the wall and eliminate the raptors. Fire Deadeye's cluster salvo through the wall and eliminate the raptors. Deadeye training complete. Swap exosuits at any time via the suit change option. Now, swap to the roadblock model. Swap exosuits at any time via the suit change option. Now, swap to the roadblock model.
Disengaging.
The roadblock model features a state-of-the-art shield. Utilize your standard attacks to eliminate targets.
Get behind me!
Activate the taunt ability and watch that dino give you all its attention. Activate taunt now. Use the ballistic wall to defend against the raptors. Tell them not today, boys. Shield blast repels enemies in front of roadblock. Now that's innovation. Roadblock training complete. Rigs mean more abilities, fewer headaches. The cannon rig is perfect for when you need a long-range laser, providing new targets. Eliminate targets using the cannon rig. Dress for the job you want to survive. Match your gear to your mission. Now change to the Witch Doctor model.
You got it, pal.
The Witch Doctor model was designed for the true team player. This suit features an attack that can paralyze saurian targets. Want to try? Use paralysis to stop the targets. Witch Doctor's repair field projects a soothing beam to heal and repair allies. Activate repair field now.
Don't bring it down!
Use the feed ability to repair your ally. The Dominator is the last word in dinosaur control. Equipping the Dominator allows you to command dinosaurs in combat. Equip your Dominator now. Activate your Dominator and try summoning a Carnotaurus. Take full advantage of this biological weapon asset and destroy dinosaurs. Looks like you got the right stuff. You may now return to your interview location and await instructions.
Well done. Calculating aptitude test result. Result: exemplary. Congratulations. You are now a member of the Aibius family. As a new exofighter, Aibius will be assigning you to an extremely safe detachment. Patrol Unit number 52585. Codename, the Hammerheads. We look forward to seeing you grow with Aibius.
Aibius promptly formed a committee tasked with investigating the cause of the incident in Second Tower. Some involved claiming the rogue AI Leviathan is operating under the sophisticated as an AI security program. When this thing happened, no big Tower Island is built up as it is. Aibius will own up to Leviathan's malfunction.
Can you address the reports of exofighter patrols on the island?
Reports of exofighter patrols are simply untrue. Aibius is committing all possible responses to the investigation.
It happened. We don't exist. Hey, what do you think this is? Banks boarding house? You want something to do? Go get that suit once over. Another year fixing your suits, huh? Well, I'm too big to dance, too old to sing. What? Check me off, Quaker.
Absolutely not. What's the matter, Ace? Circling Leviathan day and night, boring you?
No, I'm ready. I'll be all Swiss Army knife on the side. If that doesn't make for a great technician, I don't know what does.
Patrol. Patrol what? Nothing has come on or off this island in 3 years.
We're assigning you to a new team. Don't think of it as a demotion. Think of it as a promotion.
But Leviathan's right there. You think he can see us?
Attention crew. Vortex warning from Aibius HQ.
We're not on dino duty today.
Vortex hazard level 5.
Tell you what. Heads, we'll go check it out. Tails, not our problem. Not our problem.
Oh, fucking blasted! Teeth?
Sunday, out of curiosity, where is that vortex?
There.
Get that thing out of here!
Move your ass.
Greetings. I am Leviathan, your AI guide. Welcome to Pikitoa Island. Under my supervision, Aibius conducts its most important research at this facility. Wonderful news. You have been granted permission to participate in ongoing Aibius research and development. I will allow your survival if you demonstrate outstanding combat capabilities. Remember, enthusiastic participation is mandatory. As an Aibius employee, your compliance is our expectation. Initiating dimensional integration. Research subject, exofighters. Transferring subject to new wargame phase. Welcome to my research facility.
Hands up. Nothing you be. Standing there like you never shot a dinosaur before? Ah. All right, rookie. I'm gonna show you the ropes. Hey there, Hardcase. You can call me Magnum.
The next wargame instance will include newly hired exofighters. Prepare for initialization.
Newly hired, eh? Good luck to you, rookie.
Dimensional transport initiated.
Oh, yeah. Teams of 5 fighting these war games, you know? I mean, we aren't the only nut jobs risking our hides.
What's up?
Death is likely beyond this point. Sustained cardiac distress may occur. Follow for a satisfying wargame experience.
It ain't kidding either. Do just as it says, and you'll be fine. If you want to survive, you better complete the assignment.
Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Providing new targets. Engage and eliminate the raptors.
Shower with lead and put him to bed! Feel great.
Warning, you are at risk of being surrounded.
Listen up, hardcase. It's either kill or be killed out here. Don't want to end up dino chow, do ya? Fire in the hole! Yeah!
Objective complete. Good job. This is valuable combat data. Thank you.
Hey, still breathing. Not bad.
Please proceed to your next objective.
Let me fill you in on a neat little trick. You can view mission info by bringing up help navigation. Use this when you're in a pinch.
Providing new targets. Engage and eliminate the pteranodons.
Ah, pteranodons. Keep your eyes on the sky. Those dickheads have done Zephyrin. Go over there and give them a recall.
Got your back. Bouncing back.
Remember, if you see an ally down, go help them.
Second objective complete. Your work has provided valuable ground-to-air combat data.
You're getting pretty good at this. Keep it up.
Proceed to your next objective.
You catching on yet? Leviathan runs these war games and pulls hundreds, thousands of exofighters from other dimensions right here to beautiful Bikatoa Island. And that includes you and me, hardcase.
Providing a new target. Engage and eliminate the Triceratops.
Now that's a big one. If you don't want another hole, then don't get in front of that thing. Play it safe. All right, roadblock. Stop it in its tracks. Now hit it with your overdrive.
Objective complete. This is fantastic large dinosaur combat data.
Looking good over there. Teamwork pays off, eh?
Exofighters, please proceed to the next objective.
Not sure if you've noticed, but it's the year 2040. We were on Bikatoa Island the day the Stratovator came down. Leviathan was operating war games then too. And those war games are run on repeat day after day so that mugs like you and I can fight in them over and over and over. I'm sure you've got questions, so listen up. We're going to be sent back to our dimensions when this war game's done. You might have seen a corpse on the ground before Leviathan yanked you. Those bones are wrapped around a device. Scoop it up and connect it to your carrier.
Your data is being evaluated. Exceptional. Updating your files. You are an exceptional specimen. Respond to this exceptional threat. Providing a new target. Engage and eliminate the T-Rex.
Leviathan's gotta be taking the piss. It's your first day on the job and we're up against one of those?
Eliminate the specified target.
Zephyrs trash! Shit! Roadblock's done for too. Hate to break it to you, but you're not ready for this. For now, just get the hell out of here!
Exercise logged. Sunsetting temporal instance. Have a super day.
Another die, another dinosaur. That's hustle hard, guys. Here, like this. For luck. See you around, mate.
Ugh. What is in this thing?
Tequila, creme de menthe, and my secret ingredient, Scotch bonnet peppers.
Oh.
Okay. I think I got it.
Think?
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just...
Oh, yep. I definitely got it.
No response on all radio frequencies. Connection to Aibius network failed.
Forget the network connection, Sandy. Just try to contact Ace.
Ugh. If Ace would have survived, they would have checked in by now.
You're underestimating his team, Your Majesty.
Just stop calling me that. Oh!
Sorry, bit of a pinch there.
Ace is gonna make it.
Yeah, the chief's right, you Madge. I mean, Ace might not have called in, but you know these strong silent types are. Don't slap my ball bearings. Ace really isn't dead.
Alan Powderhouse! What happened to my suit?
Welcome back, Ace. How may I assist you?
Around here, I thought you were dead.
What have you done to my baby? She's a wreck.
Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Leviathan. I require all exofighters to participate in the combat tests. This is a two-team competitive scenario. Those on the other side are the enemy team. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. The winning team will be eligible for bonus existence. Data indicates that human beings improve their performance through competition. Compete to win, and compete to live. Compete to achieve research excellence. Brace yourself for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The war games present career opportunities for personal growth. I have summoned you to combat a dinosaur swarm. The dinosaurs I bring to the war game are exceptionally ferocious. Warning, death is virtually assured in this exercise. Follow the Watcher. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. Please wait.
Heads up!
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Follow the nav line and join the mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. On to the next mission. Follow the Watcher's instructions. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team.
Thank you.
Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Well done. I needed that.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops.
Leave it to me! Nice work.
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team.
I'm counting on you. Before you fight, you gotta groove.
Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Congratulations, you may now engage in combat with the enemy team. A mission complete is every exofighter. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Warning, the enemy team has entered this dimension. You are at great risk of being attacked. Stay alert at all times. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors.
Destination marked good.
Escort progress, 20%. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. Summoning pteranodons.
Yeah!
Escort progress, 40%. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. The enemy data key has progressed 20%. Summoning raptors. Warning, the enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The data key is badly damaged. The data key has been destroyed. Maintain proximity to initiate reactivation. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. The data key has been reactivated. Your mission. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress, 80%. The enemy data key has progressed 60%.
Damage critical.
Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary capability by defeating the enemy team.
Yeah! I needed that.
The data key has reached the objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy Data key transfer less than 80%. Data key transfer preparation 60% complete. Aerial transfer will be initiated soon. A well-balanced combat. Combat test complete. You are victorious. This team demonstrates tremendous potential. There will be a rest interval until the next combat test. Take full advantage of this incredible employee benefit. Wonderful news. You have been granted permission to survive. You are an ideal specimen for a very important experiment. Your new assignment is the perpetual war game. Explore your potential in vigorous lethal interface with dinosaurs and your fellow exofighters alike. I require the best possible combat data in order to develop the best possible exosuit. Do your part, survive the war game, and generate robust combat data. Deep learning in progress. Threat level rising. Research subject exofighters. War game transitioning to infinite repetition. Humans. Fight and die for me.
Mission complete.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Majesty? Can I be of assistance?
I just need a circuit jump here.
Oh, well. And voila.
Not everything can be fixed with robot arm.
Oh, Majesty. Majesty, you wound me.
Okay, Sandy, open a connection.
Connection ready.
Ah, I got it working. All right. How you doing, mate?
Oh, you the rude boy that pulled my pilot's feet out of the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, what kind of name is Magnum?
Well, when we get out of here, you can ask me, mate. You get that suit fixed up yet?
We got our priorities. I'm making sense of this situation. War games in parallel worlds.
You've been living cloudy with a chance of raptors for 2 years. Is this a bigger bite to chew?
3 years.
Fuck off. 3.
You're somewhere on this island. That's the only explanation.
The name's Lorenzo. You grew up wanting to design race cars, right? With your little sis. Only you ended up doing this. And Haruka ended up...
Hey! That's enough. I'm not saying funny here, Ross Clot.
Chief, you want to try talking to Parallel, you?
Another one. Still handsome. Oh. Dirty.
No, don't sweat it, mate. You Lorenzo's never swallowed his stuff. That's why they raised that coin. Yeah. That's parallel world money, mate.
Magnum, yeah. Have you, seen one of me over there?
Oh, man, I've never seen one of you. Nice hardware. Reckon he's a lifting, eh?
Now, wait a minute, I'm not...
Now, listen up, Leviathan's got our plans in the blender. It's trying to build stronger exosuits, so it's pulling any exofighter it can get hold of back in time to these bloody war games. Now you win. Your fabulous prize is more blood fighting war games. Hey! You lose, you die. And your whole crew starts to dead.
Well, that's not an option.
No, I reckon it's not. So one way or another.
Valued team members, prepare for dimensional integration in 10 minutes.
See? And soon you're gonna be back in 2040. But remember, you need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy Leviathan. All right? You stay alive, mate. All of you.
Chief, what was that?
Chief, there were two of you.
I don't understand.
I don't know.
I don't think I believe it. And I know I don't understand it. But right now, we got a suit to fix. Let's get to it.
Something wrong, Madge?
I've never heard the Chief raise his voice like that.
Oh, when he spoke about Haruka, it's the Chief's sister. She died. I mean, it's in his file. And Sandy has it. She has all our files. Madge, have you not read them?
Absolutely not. It is inappropriate to read that. Wait, have you read? Is that my file? Are you reading? Did you read my file?
I would never, just the teeniest... Ace, listen to me, okay? You have to find one of me over there. It's not funny, Ace. Ace, I could be talking to myself.
You're doing it now.
I am available for tactical support and mental counseling. More data is required in order to escape from this island.
Got it?
I will get back up.
Hey, remember, suit checks are critical. Make sure you're keeping it.
Welcome to my test facility. I require exofighters for a live combat test. You produced outstanding combat data in the previous war game. Keep crushing those efficacy metrics.
And the thing is, if you keep failing, he will tell you that you're failing. If you're succeeding, he will keep telling you you're succeeding. So I thought that was pretty cool too.
Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Prepare for battle.
Very crazy to get teleported.
Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day.
Oh, I bet I just used
You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur coalition. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summon raptors. Summoning raptors.
Keep that up.
Can't drop him doing it. Not losing health. What's that green stuff?
Dinosaur call.
Yeah, he would.
You are completing objectives faster than
You have 900 health and she gave you 1,000.
Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur coalition. Preparing combat. Please wait.
Yeah, you can actually run them over.
Summoning Tyrannosaurus.
At the portal.
Summoning raptors.
Is it anything to do with playing Ken?
Yeah.
Dinosaur call.
That's pretty much.
You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur coalition. Preparing combat. Please wait.
And she walked in and everyone was like,
Summoning Exosuits. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating area defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. You must defend the specified area. Go to the area near the marker and begin defending it. Summon raptors. Summoning Tyrannosaurus. Area defense progress 25%. Summoning raptors. Summoning Tyrannosaurus. Summoning raptors. Area defense progress.
That doesn't really help much with this, does it?
50%.
He does. Can the raptors and pterodon not come through it?
Summoning raptors.
Yeah, they can't go through it.
Area defense
They can damage you.
75%. Summoning Tyrannosaurus. Summoning raptors.
It's up!
Look at these missiles.
Area defense. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating area defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. You must defend the specified area. Go to the area near the marker and begin defending it. Follow the nav line and join the mission. Summoning Pteranodons. Area defense progress, 25%. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning Raptors.
That looks good.
Area defense progress, 50%. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Area defense progress, 75%. Summoning Raptors. Area defense.
I'm just getting mollywall.
You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. Do your part and generate robust transmission. The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance. Summoning Raptors.
Get up.
Summoning Raptors. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Raptors. I have awarded the enemy.
I'm a server for the last
one. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning Pteranodons.
Oops.
Summoning Pteranodons.
Assistance acknowledged.
Summoning Pteranodons. Dinosaur call.
Assistance acknowledged.
Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Summon Raptors.
That feels good.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summon Raptors.
Assistance acknowledged.
Summon Raptors.
Oh, I was hoping to be able to.
Warning. The enemy team has activated the dominance. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming.
They had it a little bit.
Prioritize.
Said he can a little bit.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
Oh my gosh!
Damage critical.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
God. I'm getting screwed.
I bet he jumped right behind me.
Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use it to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dimensional crossing activated. You may invade the enemy team's combat area.
That's a teammate.
Disrupt the enemy's mission.
I bet. Where are we going?
Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning the Triceratops.
Triceratops?
Summoning a Carnotaurus.
Let's go!
Be absolutely annihilated. What is that? It's a platform. Oh, that's a big target right there. That's my style.
Yeah, it's critical.
Okay, I need some help, guys. I've just been trying to cool off my machine gun. Is this the last phase? I bet. Get in there. Stay in there. No, I missed.
Nice work. Overdrive ready.
Dinosaur call. Combat test complete. You are victorious. This team demonstrates tremendous potential. There will be a rest interval until the next combat test.
They haven't even got rid of the Triceratops
this
yet.
Incredible employee benefit.
I held them back too much with the Dominator.
You can talk through these things?
I guess. Hold on. Surrounded by foes, embrace the blade and triumph. Each dinosaur falls.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Are you in need of support at the moment?
It would suck to die in a place like this.
Alrighty. I think we've got our first step to making sense of this cluster flip. Have a gander. This was shot from the carrier's nose camera as we were crashing. This is the first glimpse of Bikatoa anyone's had in 3 long years. The place is shattered. I can't see a single light on anywhere. In all likelihood, we're alone. Well, unless you count Leviathan, I guess. Sandy can get all kinds of info, even from a simple image like this.
Even this limited data has yielded preliminary results.
Still, the real gold mine is 2040, not this pile of overgrown ruins. We'll pull data straight from the source. Okay, let me grab Madge and the Chief and we'll see where we stand. Sandy, love, be a dear and open the file on the Bikatoa incident.
Certainly. The year was 2040, at exactly 4:58 p.m. on August 16th. A cable of the Stratovator which joined the Aibius research compound to the station in geosynchronous orbit experienced a catastrophic failure. The failure precipitated a partial collapse onto the island below. The incident functionally eradicated Tuvao City. An estimated 215,000 human lives were lost in the main population center of the city. The debris weighed approximately 300,000 tons, and the energy released by its impact was equivalent to 20 million tons of dynamite.
But according to these logs, the collapse was preceded by a mass dinosaur outbreak.
Yes, the very first. And now we know that outbreak was courtesy of Leviathan. There must have been some kind of evacuation effort. Sandy, is there any data on how many people made it off the island?
Debris from the Stratovator's impact created a 60-meter tsunami that overwhelmed the majority of the civilian escape vessels. Total known survivors, 413.
Lord Almighty. 500,000 people.
Correct. Aibius records indicate less than 1% of the population survived the incident.
And Leviathan's kept the island sealed off ever since. We are the first living people to see the outcome.
And Ace, you're telling us you were there in 2040? Physically, you saw the Stratovator collapse?
And Leviathan just happens to be running his war games right before worst industrial disaster of our time. Perfect. Just perfect.
At least this puts things into perspective.
exofighters. Welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Leviathan. I require all exofighters to participate in the combat tests. This is a two-team competitive scenario. Those on the other side are the enemy team. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. The winning team will be eligible for bonus existence. Data indicates that human beings improve their performance through competition. Compete to win, and compete to live. Compete to achieve research excellence. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Enjoy the war game. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Heads up! Summon raptors. One shield coming up. Heads up! Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Follow the nav line and join the mission. Heads up! Get behind me! Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Behind me! Fire in the hole! Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Get behind me. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Bouncing back! Trying to fix myself up. Hey, breathe! Heads up! Got your back. Ready or not, I'm back.
Won't let that happen again.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning Pteranodons. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance game.
Need repairs.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team.
Appreciate it.
Estimated time exceeded. Transitioning to final mission. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. The enemy data key has progressed 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Summon raptors. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress 20%. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may engage with a hostile dinosaur. Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. Summoning Pteranodons. allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The enemy data has progressed 60%. Escort progress, 40%. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress, 60%. Summoning raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 80%. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy team's victory is near. Demonstrate the necessary skills to avoid defeat. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. Escort progress 80%. A well-balanced combat. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction.
Got your back.
Beginning preparations for aerial transfer.
You're not going in.
Preparations. Friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key.
Back to the front.
Combat test complete. You are defeated. Quality combat data is an exofighter's duty. Keep your eyes on the prize and maximize your growth potential. best exofighters in this war game. Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. The last match ended poorly for you, but I confirmed indications of future success. For the sake of my research, redouble your efforts. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Enjoy the war game. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Thank you.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pachycephalosauruses.
Powla po nim wciora.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summon raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pachycephalosaurus. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops.
Thank you.
The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance.
Got your back.
Dinosaur call complete.
Hey, thanks. Thank you.
Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance.
Keep that up.
Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors.
It's up!
The enemy data key has progressed 20%. Summoning pteranodons. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Escort progress 20%. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Summoning raptors. Escort progress 40%. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 60%. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress 60%. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pachycephalosaurus.
Thank you.
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. Escort progress 80%. A well-balanced combat.
I need repair. Thank you.
The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy team's victory is near. Demonstrate the necessary skills to avoid defeat. The enemy data has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies.
Thank you.
Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near. Continue escorting the data key. Preparation 60%. Aerial transfer will be initiated soon. Congratulations. That was a maximally effective battle. Exemplary results like these allow for accelerated development timelines. Generate the quality combat data I seek. Behold, the best exofighters in this war game. Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Leviathan. I require all exofighters to participate in the combat tests. This is a two-team competitive scenario. Those on the other side are the enemy team. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. The winning team will be eligible for bonus existence. Data indicates that human beings improve their performance through competition. Compete to win, and compete to live. Compete to achieve research excellence. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Have a super day. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summon raptors. Summon raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summon raptors.
Nice work.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning pachycephalosaurus. Summoning raptors.
Feeling as good as I look.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Goddamn good.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. This way. Summoning a Carnotaurus.
Got your back. Back in action. Fire in the hole.
Dinosaur call.
Got your back.
You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission.
Heads up!
Summoning raptors.
Nice work!
Summoning pteranodons.
Fuck your salvo!
Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 20%.
Nice work.
Escort progress 20%. The Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur.
One shield coming up. Bang out!
Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Escort progress 40%. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. Your allies are on the offensive. Summoning pteranodons.
Got you back. Fix myself up. Won't let that happen again. Nice work.
data key has progressed 60%. Summoning Pteranodons. Escort progress 60%. Summoning Raptors.
Keep that up. Fire in the hole!
The enemy data key has progressed 80%.
Thank you.
Escort progress 80%. A well-balanced combat. The enemy team's victory is near. Demonstrate the necessary skills to avoid defeat. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exosuits.
Got your back.
The data key has reached the objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. Data key transfer preparation 60% complete. Aerial transfer will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You are victorious. This team demonstrates tremendous potential. There will be a rest interval until the next combat test. Take full advantage of this incredible employee benefit. Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Leviathan's motives for running the war games remain unclear.
Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. Exofighter growth opportunity. Attacking the head of a Carnotaurus is effective. It will quickly close in on attacking players, so make sure to maintain a safe distance at all times.
Moving to marker 5.
Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Prepare for battle. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur colony. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating area defense mission. Preparing combat area. You must defend the specified area. Go to the area near the marker and begin defending it. Summoning raptors. Area defense progress, 25%. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Area defense progress, 50%. Summoning raptors. Summoning pachycephalosauruses. Area defense progress, 75%. Summoning raptors. Area defense complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating area defense mission. Preparing combat area.
Keep that up.
You must defend the specified area. Go to the area near the marker and begin defending it.
Fire in the hole! Thank you.
Summoning pteranodons. Area defense progress, 25%. Summoning pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Area defense progress, 50%. Summoning pachycephalosauruses. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Area defense progress, 75%. Summoning raptors.
Overdrive round.
Area defense. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission is uplink control. Approach the uplink and secure it, then initiate data transfer. Maintain your proximity to an enemy-controlled uplink to disable that uplink and claim it for your team. Warning, the enemy team has entered this dimension. You are at great risk of being attacked. Stay alert at all times. Uplink A secure. Uplink A is taking damage. Defend it.
I need repairs. Keep that up.
All dinosaurs will be removed. Summoning dinosaurs to all uplinks in 30 seconds.
Nice work.
Uplink C has been lost. Dinosaurs will be summoned shortly. Uplink B secured. Data transfer 25% complete. Dinosaurs summoned to all uplinks. I have awarded the enemy team a dominant. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Uplink B is taking damage. Defend it. Uplink A is taking damage. Defend it. Uplink C shut down. Uplink B shut down. Uplink B has been lost. All dinosaurs will be removed. Data transfer 50% complete. Uplink C has been lost. Summoning dinosaurs to all uplinks in 30 seconds. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Uplink B shut down. Dinosaurs will be summoned shortly. Uplink B secured. Dinosaurs summoned to all uplinks. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. Uplink A is taking damage. Defend it. Uplink B is taking damage. Defend it. 75%. Uplink A shut down. Uplink B shut down. Uplink C shut down. All dinosaurs will be removed.
Won't let that happen again.
Uplink B secured. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team. Uplink A secured. Uplink C has been lost. Dinosaurs summoned to all uplinks. Combat test complete. You are victorious. This team demonstrates tremendous potential. There will be a rest interval until the next combat test. Take full advantage of this incredible employee benefit.
Mission complete.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Magnum got back alive and that.
I got a white chick. Hold on.
Only just had to dope him up real good.
I prefer the ones with the fanging mouths.
And I thought the headhunters was only a ghost story.
I'm sorry, what? Hunters?
Headhunters. They catch you. They rip out your brainstem bypass and steal your combat data.
Oh, lovely. You best be careful, Ace. Your spine looks ripe for the plucking.
No, Magnum has a lot of pilots that owe him one.
He's right. I mean, even Majesty likes the Aussie gig.
I don't mind him.
All of those Mag fans get together. You know what I mean?
I'm with the main names.
Oh, dear.
Sure you do, buddy.
This transmitter, how does it work?
Gee, well, don't ask me. Ace found it, I just turned it on. Somehow.
You kid me? This is joke time now?
Okay, wait. Let's focus on what we do know. We know it transmits between timelines. So, it has to be tied into Leviathan's programming. That much I know.
You brought a piece of Leviathan on board the carrier? You are maniac.
This doesn't look like a piece of Leviathan. It's more like a Leviathan egg.
And you, heart-twisted.
Finally, we're starting to get data from 2040. This is great, Sandy.
Thank you, Technician Alders.
Okay, Sandy, we've talked about this. You can just call me Alders.
Understood. Professional etiquette now set to non-essential. Alders.
Perfect. Now, Ace, with your exosuit as a relay, we've managed to hook into the island's surveillance network during the war game. And this nonsense, it's happening all over the island. Downtown, the dam, the airport, you name it. Listen to what this bastard was banging on about when we got this image.
Exofighters, get ready to enhance your survival journey. This scenario needs a hostility outbreak. Reload and prepare for incoming dinosaur targets.
Hostility upgrade? Leviathan has a 5-alarm hard-on for dinosaurs. Magnum was right. It's running this island like some kind of massive combat tech R&D project. And for some reason, it's fixated on dinosaurs as the ultimate opponent.
Tell me this is better than it looks, Chief.
Come on, Madge. Who am I talking to? You can get us off this island anytime you want. Shit.
Thank you. Now the truth.
We're screwed. The vortex pushed the jet control system through the red line. The turbine blades shattered from the stress on the port engine. Pieces of it bounced around, wrecked hell on the inside. And then the fuel line caught fire and melted the hydraulic system.
So no damage beyond the port wing?
That's not enough for you? The crash could have stressed or broken anything on the whole ship. Which means you and me are going to take apart and put back together everything on this bird until we are sure it is good to fly.
Ah, fantastic. So glad I asked.
Chief, there is no fixing this.
Now, who do you think you're talking to? This is me, Madge. 2 weeks, 3 weeks tops. She's fixed.
2 weeks?
I can shave off 4 or 5 days if you don't mind crashing on liftoff and touchdown. What? It's the deadliest part.
You are wild man, Chief. Sandy, what is our water situation?
With an atmospheric humidity at 85%, our hydration resources are well secured.
And we've got rations, and beer. A cooler full. We can do this. What? I am not dying sober.
You sound like my grandmother.
What is this? Are they burying that suit?
Unclear. It's a deeply encrypted photo from an Aibius worksite somewhere on Bikatoa. Timestamp is old. Well before the incident. Dating to the earliest days of exosuit development. Now.
You and your conspiracy theories. Go ahead, tell him. I know you're dying to.
Now, as I was saying, this is Bikatoa. Exosuits were developed here right from the start of the program. Clearly, some poor bloody test pilot took a hit to the chest, and they decided to bury the evidence.
And then took an incriminating photo of it?
Well, I don't know, but look at the thing. It's shredded.
Shoulder frame looks buckled, but the hatch was still open.
I am telling you, somebody died in there. And if so, why have we never heard about these deadly accidents in the exosuit development program?
I've seen exofighters get out of worse than that.
No way. That's thoracic crush damage and a punctured lung at least.
Listen when I tell you. I saw a gal fall off a 6-story building, wrestling a triceratops on the way down. They hit the ground. Bam! Horn went through the chest. And I mean through the chest. What happens? She takes hold of the horn, breaks it off, walks back to where I'm landing the carrier and says, "Chief, mission complete."
And then?
Then she bled all over my hangar and spent a month in the ICU. Exofighters. You do some crazy shit, but you get back up afterwards.
This exofighter, their black box, was still functioning.
And what? Was the data corrupted?
No. No, it's just last words and all that.
Yes, very tender. Sandy, play the file.
Commencing playback.
It's not real! Holy shit, none of it! It's not real! Oh God! It's not real! It's a simulation! God! It has to be. It has to be. It's not possible! The dinosaurs aren't real! Oh God! God! There's only one way out. I missed it. It was right there. It's right in front of us. It's right in front of us. It's the only way. Hey! Don't run! It's not real! You're not real! You're not real!
Okay, well, that was something I wish I'd never heard.
Yeah, I am glad we settled this in advance. I was about to click heels and say there's no place like house.
It's home.
It's Kansas or simulation better than this shitty fight club. I am not going to be picky.
No, there's no place like... You know what? Never mind.
Me back foot. What you got now?
On a scale of 1 to trouble, we're in trouble. In every war game, Ace really is getting pulled back 3 years into the past. Back to 2040, right before the Stratovator fails. All the data we're pulling confirms it.
Huh. You're a time traveler.
And Ace isn't the only one. We've all fought dinosaurs before, but not like this. This is no random outbreak. Leviathan is intentionally summoning them as cannon fodder for the war game. It's frankly obsessed with pitting dinosaurs against exofighters.
But why? And why repeat the same day over and over?
I'm entertaining theories.
There is one thing we know for sure. Play it.
Yeah, I was just getting to that. We all kind of hoped this was all some sort of simulation. Not real. Occam's razor and all that. Well...
Commencing playback.
It's not possible!
I'm guessing he didn't fix that with a bandage and a lollipop.
Yeah. Until we know more, we have to assume that fighting is the only sure way to stay alive.
We must find a way to reach the outside world.
Magnum's the only friend we've got right now. And maybe if we keep sharing info, we can find a way out of this...
Exofighters. Prepare for dimensional integration in 10 minutes.
We get it! All right, Ace. Wish one of us could share the load, but... try and stay alive, eh?
Magnum got back alive and that?
Why, Chief? Come on.
Only just had to dope him up real good.
I prefer the ones with the fangy mouths.
And I thought the headhunters were only a ghost story.
I'm sorry, what? Hunters?
Headhunters. They catch you. They rip out your brainstem bypass and steal your combat data.
Oh, lovely. You best be careful, Ace. Your spine looks ripe for the plucking.
No, Magnum has a lot of pilots that owe him one.
He's right. I mean, even Majesty likes the Aussie gig.
I don't mind him.
All of those Mag fans get together. You know what I mean?
I know what the name means.
Oh, dear.
Sure you do, buddy.
A massive wargame was held on August 16th, 2040.
Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Leviathan. I require all exofighters to participate in the combat tests. This is a two-team competitive scenario. Those on the other side are the enemy team. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. The winning team will be eligible for bonus existence. Data indicates that human beings improve their performance through competition. Compete to win, and compete to live. Compete to achieve research excellence.
Moving to marker 2. Moving to marker 5. Marker 3. Moving to marker 2.
Prepare for transfer to the combat zone. Enjoy the war game. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly.
Thank you.
Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat mode. Please wait. Summon raptors. Summoning raptors.
I needed that. I needed that.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons.
Nice work.
Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors.
Charging systems. Keep that up.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors.
Thank you.
Summoning pteranodons.
Keep that up.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. Enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. Summon raptors.
Nice work.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission.
Nice work.
Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Summoning raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 20%. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. A Dominator has been generated. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors.
I needed that.
Escort progress 20%. Dominator active. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. Summoning pteranodons.
Heavy artillery!
Escort progress 40%. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. The enemy data key has progressed 60%. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Escort progress 60%.
Fix myself up.
The data key is badly damaged. The data key has been destroyed. Maintain proximity to initiate reactivation. The enemy data key has progressed 80%. victory is near. Demonstrate the necessary skills to avoid it. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. Escort progress 80%. A well-balanced combat.
I need repairs.
The data key has been reactivated. Continue your mission.
Much obliged. You're not going anywhere.
Combat test complete. You are defeated. An unfortunate outcome. But rest assured, your record for legality identifies you as an asset invaluable for the Foundation.
Leave it to the tank.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game. Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Leviathan. I require all exofighters to participate in the combat tests. This is a two-team competitive scenario. Those on the other side are the enemy team. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. The winning team will be eligible for bonus existence. Data indicates that human beings improve their performance through competition. Compete to win, and compete to live. Compete to achieve research excellence. Prepare for transfer to the combat zone. Enjoy the war game.
You have my gratitude.
Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
I needed that.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Tyrannosaurus. Summoning Raptor.
Thank you.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
I needed that.
Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Get up.
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Dinosaur cull. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. Warning. Has entered this dimension. You are at great risk of being attacked. Stay alert at all times. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress, 20%. Nice work. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. The enemy data key has progressed 20%. One way ticket to base! A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. Escort progress, 40%. Summoning pteranodons. Your allies are on the defensive for the enemy team. The enemy data key has progressed 40%.
Heavy artillery!
Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress, 60%. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back.
Let's go! I needed that.
The enemy data key has progressed 60%.
Thank you.
Escort progress, 80%. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combatability by defeating the enemy team. A well-balanced uncut. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. The data key has reached the objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key.
Do not stand down.
Progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters.
Nice work.
Data key transfer preparation 60%. Aerial transfer will be initiated. Combat test complete. You completed all objectives before the enemy team. Your team is victorious. Repeat, you are victorious.
You like me! You really like me!
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game. Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. Exofighter growth opportunity. Attacking the head of a Carnotaurus is effective. It will quickly close in on attacking players, so make sure to maintain a safe distance at all times.
Let's do this.
Prepare for transfer to the combat zone. Enjoy the war game. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning Suchomimuses. Summoning Suchomimuses.
It's up!
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Suchomimuses. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Suchomimuses. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus.
You're not going anywhere. Let's try that again.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. These ruins depict the history of Bikitoa Island. The Aibius Corporation had plans to construct an exosuit testing lab here, but progress was halted due to an island-wide event. Transmission interrupted. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Suchomimuses. Summoning Suchomimuses. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning Suchomimuses. Summoning Suchomimuses. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning Sinornithosauruses. Dinosaurs are attacking the vehicle. Pay attention to its direction. Dinosaur call complete. The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. The final mission will be Energy Taker. Collect energy cartridges located throughout the battlefield. You may also eliminate hostile exofighters and take their energy cartridges. New energy cartridges will appear soon. Energy cartridges have been placed. Initiating environmental reset. Dinosaurs will be removed. I needed that. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning Pteranodons. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. New energy cartridges will appear soon. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Damage critical. Energy cartridges have been placed. 25 cartridges acquired. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. Initiating environmental reset. Dinosaurs will be removed. New energy cartridges will appear soon. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Energy cartridges have been placed. Cartridges acquired. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Initiating environmental reset. Dinosaurs will be removed. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Summoning pteranodons. New energy cartridges will appear soon. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Energy cartridges have been placed. Warning. The enemy team has activated the dominant. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Victory. Nice work. Demonstrate exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Your victory is within sight. Work together to collect the cartridges. Hostile exofighter eliminated. Energy acquired. Enemy team has nearly reached its goal. Work together with your teammates to stop them. Combat test complete. You are victorious. Well done. It is my pleasure to analyze your data. I anticipate similarly effective results in future engagements.
Victory is the best medicine.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Exosuits, eh? A system so advanced, even the pilots need an upgrade.
It's worth it. I could never go back to manual control systems. Only a direct neural link is fast enough for controlling an exosuit in combat. What was it like for you, huh? Getting your bypass put in?
Oh, I had terrible headaches for a week. Like nails being hammered into the back of my head. It's a minor, barely invasive surgical procedure, they said. Yeah, right.
I didn't get headaches. I just couldn't sleep on my back for a while. I wasn't used to that feeling of pressure, you know, inside your neck. Still, worth it. I would have gone through anything to become an exofighter.
No, Ace, no, don't even start. We've all heard the story about how you woke up during the procedure. Look, don't get me wrong, it's a great story. You just tell it too much.
So, you're not going to get yours removed?
Ah, well, you know, I may not be an exofighter anymore, but I mean, I probably should, really. I don't know.
This goddess, this Bikatoa, Am I crazy, or does that look like an exosuit?
It does. And look what she's fighting.
What have we got ourselves into here?
Okay, right. No more of that. I'm not doing that again.
You're back already?
What do you mean, already? I've been out in that jungle for 4 bloody hours. Fluids I didn't sweat, the mosquitoes sucked out of me. I'm a husk.
I have gaping hole in my rectus abdominis. Chief is doing a 300-point electrical checklist. Ace is being dragged through space-time to fight dinosaurs. You want us to feel sorry about the walk in the woods?
Yeah, all right, granted.
Did you find anything we could use to get off this island?
There's nothing left out there. Well, a bit. Look at this.
What am I looking at?
It's a picture of a fallen piece of the Stratovator's cable. It looked infested with these components. I was checking out the blast damage, wondering why the whole thing came down, when I spotted them.
I don't recognize this. What is it for?
It beats me, but Bikatoa is sealed off from the outside world. Dinosaur breakouts across the globe. I get the feeling this is connected to it somehow.
Oh, tired.
You have been working hard. Are you hungry or thirsty?
My mouth's as dry as a cat's asshole. But the water coming out of the condenser tastes like a gym sock, and I can't calibrate with a beer in me.
Look on the bright side. At least we are alive.
Yes, Andy. We're alive. We're survivors. What do you think, Sandy? About living and dying?
Please rephrase the question.
Let me tell you what I think. The thing about living is, there are two kinds of people. One kind goes out and makes the most of their lives. They get educated, work hard, try to change the world. Then one day, bam! They get hit by a car or get cancer, I don't know. The world kills those people as a lesson to the rest of us. The world doesn't want to be changed. Anyway, there lives the other kind of people. Us. The assholes who just get by. Did I ever show you this?
I do not recall having seen it.
That's my little sister, Haruka. Half Japanese from when my old man remarried. She was a great kid. Had an Aibius career she actually liked, you know. Smart enough to figure her own life out. My little sis.
She was that first kind of person.
And she might just have changed the world. Except I got this call from IBS HR one day. Are you the surviving relative of Haruka Lorenzo? That's how I found out. Turns out she'd have been killed in one of the first dinosaur outbreaks. No exofighters. Nobody to help her. Didn't even get to bring her body back. We buried a reef. At sea. I think about her sometimes.
I am sorry to hear that.
Thank you, Sandy. Feels good to talk about it. What on the earth?
Chief, it happened again!
Oh, God damn it. Holders, why is this suit moving?
Suit? What?
Emergency shutdown!
Hell in Powder House!
Sandy, what's happening?
My initial analysis of the data intercepted in 2040 showed potential compatibility with the Exosuit system. So I plugged it in.
Naturally.
It did prove compatible.
That's good, but maybe don't do that again.
Sandy, what is this data?
All exosuits are designed to periodically transmit data packets back to Aibius during the war games. This is one of those packets.
So it's what? Control commands? The near-field signal from pilot to suit?
Negative. Original exosuits were designed with burst transmission capabilities from the onboard memory. The file in question appears to be a data block recorded from the brainstem bypass.
That shouldn't be possible. How is that possible? Suit control is an analog neural signal, one way from Ace's brain to the suit's body. What we're looking at is a digitally processed recording.
Affirmative.
I'm waiting for the problem here.
I need to take a look at this. Hey, Ace, check this out. You know how exosuits were developed right here on the island? We're starting to find data recorded during the development process. Play it again, Sandy.
Understood.
Okay, we are rolling. Sound? Check. Video. Do we have video? Check. No screw-ups, please. Anchor Division Exofighter Program. Combat Data Collection Test number 12. Test pilot, are you with us down there?
All set, sir.
Okay, first we'll activate the brainstem bypasses transmission system.
I didn't feel anything.
You wouldn't. It's a passive system. This test does have an active element, though. Okay, let's start firing at him. Bring up the 9mm and give me a 2-second burst. Scattered.
What the hell?
You're doing great. Just keep dodging.
Is this safe?
Didn't you tell him we were running a live fire test today?
Sorry, sir.
Well, it's too late now. It's perfectly safe. They tell me that armor is very thick. Keep hitting him.
Are you trying to kill me?
That is great. The more data we get, the better. This is all helping to make a better exosuit. Oh, see how he dived away there? Split-second thinking. That's the kind of instinct we can use. Any response from Leviathan?
It's saying insufficient data.
That machine is never happy. Well, we can push our pilot a little harder.
Analysis results ready.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Ace? I may have some bad news. Chief?
What's wrong?
Look. Exosuits are piloted via the brainstem bypass, right? The neural link to the pilot. That pretty much means the suit is accepting data directly from your brain. I've been trying to figure out why the exosuit is storing and transmitting that data during the war games. Well, look at this experiment they were doing with exosuits back before the incident.
Okay, first we'll activate the brainstem bypasses transmission system. Any response from Leviathan?
And we checked out the exosuits, and it looks like Leviathan's implanted a data collection program into their firmware. Like, all of them. We never would have noticed it if it weren't for Sandy's little experiment.
Sandy. That is his way of saying, well done.
I am pleased to be of assistance.
What does Leviathan need exosuit data for? Is it tracking Ace's location and vitals?
No. No, what Sandy intercepted is much more complex than that. You see, this component in the exosuit spine, the memory buffer, is saving your neural signals. Ace, it's gradually building up a data file. And it is a lot of data. I've confirmed it, Ace. Leviathan's collecting your reactions to heat, explosions, oncoming dinosaurs, the way you respond to every combat scenario, and maybe even more than that. Listen again to the audio from Anchor Division.
Combat data collection test number 12. Split-second thinking. That's the kind of instinct we can use.
If Leviathan's building a database of exofighter responses, all your combat instincts,
Then by the time we learn how to destroy it...
he could already know everything about you.
Chief, you must disable this. Make it stop transmitting.
I can't. Not without unlacing the entire neural weave that drives the control system. Like it or not, the exosuit's keeping Ace alive out there.
But the more we use it, the more it helps Leviathan.
Welcome to my test facility. I require exofighters for a live combat test. You're on quite a streak lately. Continue performing at a high level and your extended existence authorization is all but greenlit. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Prepare for battle. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. The Sky Plaza is located at the center of the airport. This area survived with little destruction. Feel free to visit and enjoy the historical exhibits showcasing the evolution of this technology. Transmission interrupted. Initiating dinosaur collision. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Tyrannosaurus. Summoning Raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus.
Nice work. Nice work.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning Raptors. The Carnotaurus is on the move. Pursue it. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses.
Overdrive ready.
You are too far from the combat zone. Return now, or receive a forced transfer.
Got your back. Are you a trained professional? Appreciate it.
progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Summoning raptors. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. The enemy data key has progressed 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Summon raptors. Escort progress 20%. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may engage with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
I needed that.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
Thank you.
Escort progress 40%. Enemy data key has progressed 60%. Summoning raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Escort progress 60%. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data team has progressed 80%. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. The enemy dinosaur demonstrate the necessary skills to avoid defeat. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. The data key has been destroyed. Maintain proximity to initiate reactivation.
Repairs complete. Returning to battle.
Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. The data key has been reactivated. Continue your mission. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The data key has been reactivated. Continue your mission. Escort progress. A well-balanced combat. objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. Combat test complete. The enemy team fulfilled its objectives first. You are defeated. Repeat, you are defeated.
Too hot to handle.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game. Exercise results logged. Sunsetting temporal instance. Survivors, prepare for departure. Have a super day.
Come on back. Drinks on me.
Leviathan is collecting exofighter combat data, including aces.
I thought Magnum was a gunner too.
Exofighters, welcome to the war game. I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Leviathan. I require all exofighters to participate in the combat tests. This is a two-team competitive scenario. Those on the other side are the enemy team. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. The winning team will be eligible for bonus existence. Data indicates that human beings improve their performance through competition. Compete to win, and compete to live. Compete to achieve research excellence. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Have a super day. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. This way. Summon raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Warning, the enemy team has entered this dimension. You are at great risk of being attacked. Stay alert at all times.
Nice one.
Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons.
Keep that up.
Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Escort progress, 20%.
I needed that.
I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur.
Domination over. Nice work.
The enemy data key has progressed 20%. Summoning pteranodons. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Escort progress, 40%. Summoning raptors.
Keep that up.
Dominator activated. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies.
Keep that up.
The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress, nice 60%. Summoning raptors.
Nice work.
Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data key has progressed 60%. Escort progress, 80%. Exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission.
I needed that.
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced.
I needed that.
The objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. Preparation 60%. Aerial transfer will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You are victorious. Due to exceptional performance, you have been gold flagged for the combat effectiveness roster. Exemplary results like these are a rising tide that raises all boats.
Oh yeah!
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Excellent.
My sister need.
Prized test subjects, I have anticipated your arrival. You will participate in a variety of exploratory combat scenarios I have prepared. You produced outstanding combat data in the previous war game. Keep crushing those efficacy metrics. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Have a super day. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Riverside Park is home to the iconic statue of the goddess Bikitoa. Transmission interrupted. Dinosaur culture. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summon Raptors.
Returning to battle.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than an enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Well done.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Carnotaurus is on the move. Pursue. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses.
That's better.
Summoning Pteranodon.
How are you on? Well done.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team.
I needed that.
Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Summoning raptors. Warning, the enemy team has entered this dimension. You are at great risk of being attacked. Stay alert at all times. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors.
I needed that.
Escort progress, 20%. I have awarded the enemy team a dominant. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. The enemy data key has progressed 20%. Summoning pteranodons. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Escort progress, 40%. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Summoning pteranodons.
And up.
The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Escort progress 60%.
Thank you. Nice
Summoning
work.
raptors. The enemy data key has progressed 60%. Escort progress 80%. Your allies are on the offensive in the enemy team. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur inbound. Prioritize its destruction. Dominator active. Take advantage of this unique asset and defeat the enemies. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back.
Won't let that happen again.
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced combat. The data key has been reactivated. Continue your mission.
Gotta fix myself up.
Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The data key has been destroyed. Maintain proximity to initiate reactivation. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. key transfer preparation 60% complete. Aerial transfer will be initiated soon. The data key has been destroyed. Maintain proximity to initiate
Damage critical.
The data key is badly damaged.
Repair
The data
complete.
key has been
Returning
destroyed.
to battle.
Maintain proximity to initiate reactivation. Combat test complete. You completed all objectives before the enemy team. Your team is victorious. Repeat, you are victorious.
Still burning up.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game. Welcome, fighters, to an ongoing series of war games. I require your continued participation in my combat tests. You're on quite a streak lately. Continue performing at a high level, and your extended existence authorization is all but greenlit.
I'm counting on you. This is awesome, right? That's this.
Prepare for transfer to the combat zone. Enjoy the war game. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Carnotaurus.
Thank you. Got your back.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops.
Thank you.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. Do your part and generate robust combat data. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. I have awarded the enemy team a dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Dinosaur call. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to the next mission. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use it to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Summoning an Ankylosaurus. Summoning pteranodons. invade the enemy team's combat area. Disrupt the enemy's mission progress. Combat test complete. You are victorious. Due to exceptional performance, you have been gold flagged for the combat effectiveness roster. Exemplary results like these are a rising tide that raises all boats.
You have my gratitude. Throw away the competition.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Magnum, you must rest now. You're torn up worse than I am. Ace, talk some sense into him. He has head of pig.
Oh, come on. I can... Oh! I can talk and heal at the same time. Listen, Hardcase. I know you're thinking it. You want to take down one of those watchers, don't you? Chuck a little high explosive into Leviathan's eyes and ears. Job's a good one, and we all go home. There was one crew that tried it, and I saw the pieces after Leviathan is done with them. That AI does not take kindly to destruction of Aibius property. If we're gonna strike at Leviathan, it has to be the core, and that's someplace off the stratovator.
How the hell are we going to get up a space elevator when we can't even get this carrier off the ground?
I've found something that might just help. If I make any progress on it, I'll let you know. In the meantime, you've got to play nice with Leviathan until the time is right.
Easier said than done.
Well, you're not wrong there, Vic.
This is second time you call me this. Vic. You know me. In your timeline.
You might notice that me and Lorenzo are a little understaffed over here. Not everyone made it in our crash.
You mean?
If it's any consolation, you didn't suffer.
It is not consolation.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess not.
Magnum, do not speak as if I...
That thing that people say about you, it's bullshit. Don't believe it.
What do people say about you, Victoria?
It is not your business.
Right. Well, you lot, stay alive out there. Especially you, Hardcase. Like I always say, sometimes the coin comes up heads. But sometimes not.
Surely a Pacific island is not the best place to put your space elevator.
There is a reason for locating...
Oh, wait, I know this one. Bickertoe is near the equator. Makes it easier to build a cable going straight up to a geosynchronous orbit.
Correct.
I watched a documentary about it.
I will add 10 points to your score.
Sandy, Is he making you keep track of his petty victories?
It is not a difficult task. He is often incorrect.
Please push a notification to my console when the score changes.
Now wait a minute.
Confirmed.
Hang on now.
This facility at the bottom of the stratovator, this is Anchor Division, yes?
Aibius' top flight research center. Points to you.
I need no points.
Exosuits were developed right here. For all we know, we've crash-landed where they used to test them. Oh, God, not again.
Is there an emergency?
No, Sandy's fine. I just forgot to charge the arm. This thing is as dead as a AAA in a nun's... No, well, never mind. Have you ever tried plugging a cable into your right elbow with your left hand?
Allow me to assist.
Oh, no, you don't have to.
The cable is connected.
Thanks. You know, there's a time when I would have hated that. I've always wanted people to know I don't need anybody's help. I've got my life sorted. Sorted right out. And my one-room Aibius bedsit is just a bump in the road. And then I lost the arm, and I just... Right in overdrive. I'm fine. I don't need help. Just stay away.
I am an autonomous unit as well.
No, you're not. You're part of this crew. You see, if you go on too long, thinking you can get by alone, pretending you're better than the other working stiffs so you don't have to do anything for them, or them for you, pretty soon, you've only got yourself left to despise. It was Ace and Chief that set me straight. Convinced me to pull my head out of my arse. They got me to stay. After, if they hadn't been around, getting burned alive will screw with your worldview. Oh, right, I never told you, did I? Yeah, well, the old arm wasn't cut off or broken or anything like that. A Heisel tank exploded in our hangar, and my suit caught fire with me inside it. No warning, just bang, and well, Ace was right there with me. The fuel lines in my arm were burning. The hatch control and emergency hatchbolt detonator both malfunctioned. The suit recorded everything, so I know I was conscious for 32 seconds before I blacked out. Ace dragged me to the chem shower. Felt longer at the time. Ace got hit pretty bad in that blast as well. Spent a day in intensive care. You should see the scars. Anyway, we both figured there was nothing worse the exofighter life could throw at us, so why not keep going? Aibius actually paid out a hazard bonus for that one. Of course, by accepting it, we waived our right to sue for damages. Way it goes, I guess.
We really are messed up.
God, Madge, someone should put a bell on you. This is a private conversation. Does a man get no privacy?
We're living inside metal bugs. Everybody hears everybody pee. Don't get bashful on me now. Especially with such a badass story.
Right there, on the control platform. That's where Leviathan's core is.
So? You're telling me this thing we must destroy could not be further away unless it was in space? There's no good news without bad.
My calculations confirm you are correct.
Come on, Madge. Stay positive. Look at it this way.
Yes?
We'll likely starve to death long before we manage an attack on Leviathan.
Just like my grandmother. These people got the crap end of the stick.
Well, it's inevitable, isn't it? The price of progress.
How do you say that in Bikatoan?
How many times did we circle this rock before the crash?
104.
I was being rhetorical. On every patrol we've flown around this island, I've never seen more than a wasteland. But there used to be people here. Culture. No one talks about that. Only Leviathan and his damn dinosaurs.
You know, Chief, Aibius has never officially revealed what caused the incident. But look at this. Here's the section of the stratovator that blew up and caused the collapse. It's marked as a communications array, but there's obvious comms equipment on the upper section. I smell cover-up. Sandy, bring up that photo of the wreckage I found out in the jungle.
Displaying.
Compare it to an image of one of those vortexes showed up in the war games.
Image comparison reveals a positive match.
That's vortexer technology. Massive, braided right into the stratovator.
Okay. But what caused it to explode?
Couldn't say. But there was some kind of energy pipeline running through the whole cable, all the way up here to Leviathan. So the question is, what was Leviathan doing with these vortexes?
It all comes back to Leviathan.
Hold on. Chief, you may be onto something there. And the war game gives us access to 2040, right? If we destroy Leviathan back then, Leviathan can't cause these vortexes to blow. We could prevent the whole thing.
You really think we can be so precise as to destroy Leviathan without damaging the stratovator?
Hey, we're the Hammerheads. The name sings with precision.
You do know you're the only one who calls us that?
Exofighters, welcome to your war games. Alert. Unauthorized exofighter detected ahead. Do not engage with unauthorized exofighters. Any attempt will be penalized and noted on your permanent record. Initiating wargame. You will be transferred to your assigned combat zone. Prepare for battle. Interdimensional transfer complete. The wargame will begin shortly.
Case. You must be doing pretty well for yourself if you're still alive. I imagine you might be getting a bit homesick at this point, eh? But listen, this little union of ours has some major potential. I'm looking for some data, and it's a bit slow going all by my lonesome. So how about this? I find the data, you stomp the dinos. Easy peasy. This data is going to help us tear that deranged AI a new one.
Do not lose sight of your purpose in my wargames. Complete the combat test in accordance with my instructions.
Now, it's no secret that Leviathan's fact in the head. But that AI doesn't seem to take us very seriously as a threat. All the better for us, I say. Come on, let's head to the first data collection site.
Alert. Unauthorized exofighter detected. Unsanctioned intervention from combat testing is not permitted. Initialize backup sequence. Security systems activated. Initiating mission override.
And here we are, data collection site number 1. Listen, while I'm gathering data, I'm a chalky bicky and those dinos are a chubby toddler. Keep their teeth, claws, and whatever else away from my backside, got it? Download 25% complete, keep it up.
Summoning raptors.
Download 50% complete.
Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning gas neosynths.
Download 75% complete. Just a bit more.
Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosynths.
Download complete. All right. Get in on the exit.
Mission completion confirmed. Proceeding to next mission.
This one's wrapped up. Let's keep this party moving.
Priority module activation process, 30% complete.
You know good and well already, but if Leviathan finishes its dirty deeds, we're all gonna be up shit creek. We get this data, then we put this rat bastard AI down for good.
Proceeding to next mission. Unauthorized exofighter has entered the combat area. Unsanctioned intervention during combat testing is not permitted.
reach the collection site. Stay on your toes.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning Sniper Neosaurs. Summoning Suchomimuses.
Download 25% complete. Keep it up.
It's up!
Download 50% complete.
Summoning Suchomimuses.
Download 75% complete. Just a bit more.
Summoning Dilophosaurus. Summoning Sniper Neosaurs. Summoning Suchomimuses.
Data collection complete. Guess you might want a hand, eh?
Damage critical.
Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Unauthorized combat data detected from the previous mission. Exofighter interference with wargame operations is prohibited. Mission override initiated.
Just a little longer. I'll have that data in no time. Can't exactly beat feet now that we've come this far, can we? All right, just one more left. Let's go.
Unauthorized exofighter detected. Unsanctioned participation in combat testing will not be tolerated. Massacre module activated. Exofighter elimination authorized. You are too far from the combat zone. Return now or receive a forced transfer. Increasing hazard level to maximum. Carnage module online. Consider this superior dinosaur threat an opportunity for professional growth. Prepare for battle.
Thank you.
Something tells me I won't have the luxury of collecting data here. We can't afford to lose what we've pulled in so far. I'm hopping in, Hardcase. Let's see what these chips is doing.
Suspended. Data analysis underway. Unexpected. Circumstance shift generates novel data. Initiating dimensional transfer.
Well, that's that. Solid bit of fighting. Plus, I got this data to boot. I'll contact you once I've come through it all. Hey, I promise you this. We'll find a way out of here. So don't go getting yourself killed between now and then.
The final mission will be Omega Charge. Retrieve the hammer with your team, and then defeat dinosaurs to charge it. Fully charge the hammer and use it to destroy the target. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosaurs. Summoning raptors.
Thank you.
Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Keep that up.
Your team has destroyed Barrier A. The enemy team has destroyed Barrier A. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning raptors. Team has destroyed Barrier B. The enemy team has entered the final area. Catch up to win. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack enemies. Summoning gas neosaurs. Summoning raptors. Your team has destroyed Barrier B. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may be a hostile dinosaur. Dominator active. Take advantage of this unique asset. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosaurs. Summoning sniper neosaurs. has activated the dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas. Summoning a sniper. Summoning raptors.
Kill confirmed.
Your team's Omega Hammer has been reset. Summoning gas neoswiters. Summoning sniper neoswiters. Team's victory is near. Demonstrate the necessary skills to avoid defeat.
I needed that.
Summoning gas neoswiters.
Damage critical. Much obliged. Grenade out!
Combat test complete. You are victorious. Due to exceptional performance, you have been gold flagged for the combat effectiveness roster. Exemplary results like these are a rising tide that raises all boats.
Blazing a trail.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Oh, there he is.
Alright, you're still alive.
We're still breathing. How you holding together?
I lost a few pounds of the red stuff, but there's plenty more where that came from. More importantly, who wants to go home?
You found a way out?
I reckon so, though. Sending it to you now. This is what that crazy bastard that almost killed me was after.
The headhunters.
No. This was a particular one, Kate. So, look, this data.
Hey! Magnum! Sandy, run a diagnostic.
Understood.
Thank you, Sandy.
Who was that?
Hey there, Squeakle. Where's Magma? What oh, hell no! Don't you do it!
Chief.
You rascal!
Murder! Leviathan isn't responsible for this.
Sandy, check the rest of that fire.
Chief, he just...
He's gone. But we're not cooked yet.
The transmission was interrupted while we were downloading Magnum's data.
That bastard killed Magnum. I swear I'll... Suit or no suit, I can fight.
Alder's prosthetic requires